dang it, I forgot to turn my camera on. Hello, everybody! I was so ready. To just be like, hey, everybody, welcome on in! And then I turned to like, oh, I forgot to flip my camera up. Hi, everybody! Welcome to the stream. How are y'all doing? Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. It is lovely to see you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What have y'all been up to this fine Saturday? Hey! Hello, everybody. Welcome on into the stream. My lighting is fucked because I forgot to do it, but that's okay. What is up, everybody? How y'all doing? What have y'all been up to this Saturday? I hope you're having a lovely weekend if you're doing fun weekend stuff, or if you're just hanging out and doing nothing because it's fucking hot outside. I also hope you're having a good time doing that. I feel you. It's fucking hot outside, kind of everywhere. Also, Odds, congratulations. That's super, super awesome. I'm super happy for you that you went to a store and they're like, hey, please come to our market and sell with us. That's super fucking sick. I'm so happy for you. That's so, so awesome. Yay! I think my exposure should just be a little bit darker. I think that's probably good. Okay, there we go. Fixed. But hi everybody, welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. How are y'all doing? Doing steamed. I removed 2 fresh baked loaves from the oven about 15 minutes ago. Other than that, I've enjoyed the whole day of rain we had. Hell yeah, we've had a lot of rain over here too. It's been kind of off and on today, but it's, you know, there's been severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the weekend, so it's kind of off and on rainy. So, lot of rain. Pardon me. Also, Lemon, thank you so much for resubscribing for 57 months. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome back to Having Wings, and I'm so glad that this is your happy place. That means the world to me. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Hello, hello, Odds. Hello, hello, Serena, and John, and Lemon, and Edgefit, and Amity, and Justy. Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. Today we are going to be drawing one of my comic characters, Sequoia, in a pinup pose, which is super exciting for me. I had a very good. I was anxiously watching the poll. I don't yawn at all during the day, and then immediately when I start streaming, it's yawn central. But yeah, I was anxiously watching the poll, and Alwyn and Sequoia were like neck and neck for a very, very long time. And Sequoia won by like 1 vote. So we're drawing Sequoia today, and then probably in August we'll draw Alwyn. So lots of very cool, exciting stuff happening. I'm very excited to draw Sequoia. I haven't drawn like any of my comic characters in a long time, and my style and attention to detail has changed quite a bit. So I'm very curious to work on her now that I've leveled up a little bit. My gosh. Pardon me. I know exactly. Time to see how much I've leveled up. We are having the weather TM. Us too. It's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. There was a very small rain shower and thunderstorm that just happened and passed by, and there's supposed to be another one later on, so a lot of going on. Also learning the code. Also learned the code TM? For what? The code? The code for what? Also, hello, Matt. Welcome on in. There it is. I was looking for my chapstick, but it blends in with the black top of my desk. I'm excited to have been connecting, and I'm excited to have been collecting with local creators finally. I'm so glad for you too. Get into your local creator vibes. No, make friends. That's super awesome. That's something that I've really loved about tabling the last few years. is meeting local creators, so hell yeah. Yeah, just like to know that it's a market for printer and book making is encouraging. That is super awesome. That is your people. That is your people. We've had we have had the kind of same warning here for the weather. Anything above 15 Celsius is way too hot for me. Yeah, it's been in like the high 80s the past few days. I know that I am in a sweatshirt and jeans, but that's just because I get cold and air conditioning easily, and I don't like it when the skin of my body touches. It gets sticky and I don't like it. So I like wearing long sleeves even in the summer. But going outside is a death sentence in long sleeves, and I will be changing if I go outside. Gosh dang it, why am I so yawny? I do apologize. I'm gonna be apparently a sleepy bitch today. This is what I get for not eating a lot, only eating a little bit for lunch, so I can make it to stream. Again, I'm doing it again. Welcome to Bree is a sleepy bitch. And, is doing her best. I mean, I will say, the fact that you pinned that message, Matt, was very funny to me. I thought you pinned it because it was sent at 4:20 p.m. And I was like, hell yeah. To make the TM symbol, I assume. I thought that might have been the case, but I wanted to ask to make sure. Okay, so Alt plus 0513 is TM. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, so today we're gonna be drawing a sexy tree, Sequoia specifically, who is the like science officer in my comic The Phoenix. She is a very they is a very pretty tree who is I haven't thought of a pose yet, except for like I was like, I mean, it's a summer thing, probably should be like on beach lounging in sun, like sunbathing maybe, or we could like, or like if we want to do like fully like take her out of the world of the Phoenix, or she could be like sunbathing in her like little sunbed pod in her in the ship. I don't know. I haven't come up with a pose, but I'm just trying to think of like the vibe. I'm trying to make it like summery, so I was thinking like how cute would it be for her to have like a little sun hat and sunglasses, but like be like ready and willing for the sun, like just, you know, beach vibes maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. With like one of those like tanning things where she's got like, yeah, one of those tanning things where like the sun is like on her face, maybe, because she's a tree and she needs a lot of sunlight. This is a GIF I saved as a PNG. What do you mean unsupported file format? Maybe it got corrupted. Sometimes when you save stuff, it just gets weirdly corrupted and you have to resave it. And you're like, I don't know why it got corrupted. It just happens. Yeah, like a sun, like one of those tanning sun reflectors. Hang out in a beach bar. Possibly. Isn't the sun reflector a cute idea? I thought it'd be a cute idea. Y'all gave me a bunch of poses, and I feel like I should look at them before stream, but I never do. So we're gonna look at them now. That's very true. There is one at the very top of an orc on the boat sunbathing. I did see that, and I was like, that would be really cute. That could be really cute. sequoia on a boat sunbathing. That could be really cute. I'll bring that over for you guys. With like a little sun reflector and like this one. With like a little sun reflector and it doesn't have to be on a boat. It could be like with her like toes dipped in the water. Could be really cute. Could be really cute. Hey, Mom, thank you so much for the 58 months. Welcome back to Having Wings. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, poolside sequoia, I think is possibly the vibe. Slurp, yes, exactly. Slurping in the water. Slurping in the water. 'Cause she's a tree. Yeah, poolside, oceanside, side of something. Side of some water with her little toesies in the surf. Like sitting with her ankles in the water in a pool. Yeah, I think that's the vibe. I think that's the vibe. We can decide if pool or ocean. Both technically would be bad for plants to be both technically would be bad for plants, but you know, it's fine. Y'all really want me to go hard on the background. Can I see a beach bar that is on like a low pier or something like that? Yeah. Yeah. Very true. Right. I think pose is more, I think, okay, we've got the pose. What the background is something that we are going to kind of vibing with. Could be beach bar, could be pool. Could be pool bar. It's looking like beach, bar, pool is the vibe. So we're going with that. Yeah, and I haven't drawn sequoia in over a year. Yeah, freshwater pool. Ooh, it could be a hot spring vibe. Be a hot spring vibe. Aren't those I'm pretty sure those are freshwater. Like natural hot springs. Or maybe they're more like sulfurous, I'm not sure. An onsen! Onsen isn't really summer vibes, but I like it. Okay, alright, okay. Onsen it is. Like those monkeys! Sexy tree! Sexy tree! I feel like onsen is more like winter vibe, but it's fine. There are plenty onsen episodes that happen during summer break in animes, right? How's it going, Scribbler? It's so great to see you. Hello, hello. I'm glad people are excited for the sexy tree. They are mostly not salty. Hot springs are created when magma heats groundwater, creating steam, and hot water rises through cracks in the ground and reaches the surface. Hot springs can reach temperatures incredibly highly acidic. The water in hot springs can cause severe or fatal burns. Sure. Yes, but Freshwater is relative. Fair. But there's... The ones that people would be in, hopefully, are not like that. Yes, mineral springs. It could be like it could be very good, or it could be pollutants. You never know. Scale of Volvic bottles of water to volcanic sludge. What kind of hot spring are you? Whatever the ones in anime are. That's my answer. She's a 10, but on the pH scale? I'd have rice with egg on top. Hell yeah. I hope the rice with egg on top is delicious. I feel good about that one. You should feel good about that one. That was very good. That was a very good one. Oh yeah, look at her. Relaxing. Relaxing. say, the thing about Sequoia's outfit is that it's very, like, toga-esque. And also Sequoia doesn't have any breasts, so it can be see-through to our heart's content. Sequoia doesn't have any bits or breastises. Trying to go for, like, nymph vibes. Yes. The Rowan aesthetic. Completely see-through. Hey! Hi, Ursa! Welcome on in! How's your Saturday going? Hello, hello, hello! Welcome to the stream. We are drawing a sexy tree. We can show as much non-existent cleavage as we want. D&D, yard prep, and the like. Sweet. How goes all of those things? Everyone's having an incredible snack day. Congratulations. I have tea. It's apple cinnamon tea sounds good too. Y'all are having a great snack day. I just had some pesto. I just had some very good pesto. While I was catching up on eating like I should have been doing earlier. Well, yard work is done. D&D prep is going well, planning the harvest fair. Ooh, got both good and bad things for the party to deal with. Heck yeah. And along with lore tidbits to cause trauma to the party. Always good. Party trauma is always good. That's what D&D is for. Interesting to remember how I decided that that trees work. Like, how would a tree make a human body, you know? How would a tree consciously do that? Yeah, one of the players is considered to be a tribute to a siren, and she wants him back since he's been hiding from her. Why has he been hiding from her? Come on! How could you be hiding from a siren? She's done nothing wrong. Oh, he didn't know he was hiding? Come on, man. Come on, mentor. I'm sure nothing will be bad if he finds out and decides to go with the siren. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Pirates of the Caribbean? Davy Jones-esque character who's like Love Lauren for Calypso, or like fantastical Davy Jones? I guess I don't know if Davy Jones in fantasy is also Love Lauren for Calypso. I don't know a lot about Davy Jones. To be perfectly honest. Okay. Yeah, caretaker that takes care of those who die at sea. Gotcha. Cool. Seems like a pretty sick person to be owned by. Possibly a dangerous person, but you know. Freshly baked croissants. I use Clip Studio Paint. Only recently he was no longer hidden. Wait, okay, hold on. Ooh, big thing. And the PC's family is tied to this siren because of his mother, who was a warlock with the siren as their patron. Sure. So the siren has a hold on their entire bloodline. Hence, when he drowned the first time, she considered him a appropriate tribute and part of what she was owed, until he was rescued and then subsequently hidden from her. Only recently was he no longer hidden from her, hence we're gonna get some water-themed horror bits next few sessions. mean, I guess that's fair if he drowned and then was saved and she's like, hold on, no, that's my property. He drowned. I get it. I get it. I hadn't even considered that was the joke, so you would have definitely gotten me there, freshly baked. You would have 100% gotten me with that. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was like, what's Zamada? I've never heard of that drawing program before. Well done. Well done. Ursa might have ruined the joke, but I recognize that I have been played. Dishonor on your D&D character, dishonor on your cow. I'm a DM, it's my job to ruin nice things. Fair. There couldn't have been a nicer person to ruin things for me. Truly. Jay got an adorable plush crochet chicken today. Pick's been sharing cool stuff. What? I need to see this crochet chicken. Oh! Little guy! I've been seeing, like, this pattern of crochet chicken around recently, and it's, like, very Stardew Valley. I love it so much. It's so cute! Ugh. Little crochet stuffed animals are my weakness. I love it so much. Chicken. Not quite a crochet chicken, but my son announced he's getting married on September 4th. I just realized, I was like, not quite a crochet chicken, that is not, oh, I see. Not quite a crochet chicken, but my son has announced he's getting married on September 4th, so I get to spend a few days in Germany to attend and get to know his fiance. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing, Lemon, congratulations. And also, I hope you have a very good time in Germany. That's super, super awesome. I'm so happy for you. And your son, of course. September is a great time to get married, I gotta say. As someone who's gotten married in September, it's a great time. I will say that is cooler than a crocheted chicken, but that's just my opinion. Ooh, Freshly Baked Croissant says, play the Dragonborn Trickery Cleric of Tiamat. My character only works 5 days a week because Tiamat only has 5 heads. And the one-shot was a 7 in Game Day Adventure until we reached a kingdom. Oh no! So you're like, nope, I'm not working today. Sorry, guys. For holy reasons, I cannot work today. Oh good, it's begun cooling down. It's 99. Fingers crossed that it cools down even more, Matt. That sucks. Rain today. I have crocheted a few F-bomb. I have crocheted F-bomb a former friend gave to me a few years ago. Hell yeah. Part of me really wants to learn how to crochet, but the other part of me is like, do I need to add another hobby to my hobby roster? already do one fiber craft. Might as well stick to that for a while. I didn't say that September was the... Did I say that September was the best month? I just said it was a good month. It was a good month to get married, I thought. But May is a very popular month to get married. The months where it's like in between seasons, where it's not too hot or not too cold, are the best months, honestly. I will say also, Amity, embroidery is another one that I'm like, embroidery. It's just slow drawing. Well, I mean, we all have our prejudices, Serena. For good reason. May is a really good month to get married. I got married in September because that was, we got married on me and Daniel's actual anniversary, so we'll only have one anniversary. I don't have to think about other ones. I'm very grateful about that. Because I don't have enough hobbies. Look, some people should have lots and lots of hobbies. Some people are very creative in fiber arts. Because I feel like if you're already like doing one fiber art, then like why not just keep doing more fiber arts? But I have to worry about my own time. That's the only problem I struggle with. Oh, you got married on Serena and Marie's birthday? That's really cute. That's really cute, Serena. If I ever get married, I choose October 31st, just so I can have a Halloween wedding and need not to wear a tuxedo. Ooh, that's also good. Costume wedding? Love it. I also have an itch to do more beating. Phantom was fun. I enjoyed beating more than I thought I would. I want to do more. Some really intense or very meticulous crafts are like super satisfying. I've heard like beading, embroidery, like stitching, things like that. I've heard is like a very satisfying hobby to have. Supposed to be a second sketch layer, and I've gone like very hard on the detailing that it honestly might just become my line layer. costume wedding. Mine was steampunk themed. Ooh! October is perfect for outdoor activities, weddings, parties, themed events, funerals, family reunions, non-seasonal celebrations, and many more. I mean, it depends on where you live, really. Fun. My father-in-law made the cake and cake stand. It had whirly gigs and spinny jigs. Oh my gosh. That sounds like such a fun wedding. I love when people do weddings that aren't super traditional and are like and that really speak to them. That's awesome. My goodness. Oh, she's looking so good! Oh boy, oh boy. It's been so long since I drew her. I'm having so much fun! Sexy tree lady! Sexy tree lady! Hello, Alistair. Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? It's lovely to see you. Welcome to the stream. What have y'all been up to? Yeah, I mean, I didn't really do a costume. I mean, I did do a costume wedding. I did a very, like, nature-themed kind of traditional wedding, but, like, I don't know. I did my best to make it my own. I did, like, a lot of the design work, and it was very, floral and leafy, and tried to make an indoor location look as outdoor as possible. Though I did get married outdoors. That was fun. And it was raining. that was okay. Boo, Alistair, boo. How dare you? How dare you bring that in here? I really want to give Sequoia a squish, like really bad. But she's a treat. And she's only slightly soft. She's only a little soft. She needs to look more rigid than the other pit-ups that I've done. Ooh, you worked 14 hours last night? Ooh. No, yeah, you have every right to be sleepy, my goodness. You need to use other words. These are all low-hanging pun fruit just dangling from that tree. Maybe I'm doing it on purpose, Alistair. Have you ever considered that? And I'm just testing you? Unethical marriage advice. Get married on a holiday, that way you won't forget. I mean... I feel like you're overestimating people. I feel like people would forget. Still. I'd be like, oh, it's Christmas. Oh, doesn't that also mean it's our anniversary? Ah, fuck. I didn't prepare anything because I was preparing for Christmas. Ooh! Married on Halloween in an oak grove is fucking sick, Alistair. We've been talking about that a little bit and how people want to have like a costume wedding on Halloween if they ever get married. How's your Saturday? Lovely to see ya. Get married on your wife's birthday, that way you can only get in trouble for forgetting once per year. I feel like it would be double bad, though. I feel like it would be double bad. It might only be once per year, but it would definitely be double bad. began to say, give her squish, coward. Whisks away to book, lie out loud. Look! I want to give her squish, but it doesn't make sense. She's a tree. They're a tree. I can find tree. I mean, yes. I mean, I guess she is really only hardwood. She doesn't really have any outer bark. So she's a little squishy because she has to be able to move. She's a little squishy so she has to be able to move, but she doesn't like have like this type of squish. Yeah, she doesn't like, she's like curved enough to move, but she doesn't have like, she doesn't have fat. She's not a tree. Hey, hi Nico. Hello, hello, hello. I will find a happy medium. Look, she's got a little bit right here because she's got to be able to bend. And her arms have a little bit because she's got to be able to bend. But look, her tush. That's a point right there. She's got a pointy butt. Point butt. I can find trees with squish. I'm very eepy. I'm sorry, Nico. Please breathe. What, make her squishy? Please go to links for later. Uh-oh. No. No, Matt. Matt, come on. Matt. Everyone needs to go to links for later in my Discord. You know, she's got... She does have soft heartwood. She's got... Her body is made out of soft heartwood, so there is... I will say there is curves, but there isn't, like, fat squish. That's the only... That's what I mean by squish. She does have curves, though. She's not, like... bark plates. Trees can be thick, boy. Get them juicy booties. Oh my god. What is this gif? No. Oh no. Oh. Scribbler, what the fuck is that? Oh, thank you, Danny. I agree. Some people ain't got squish. And that's how body types be. Thank you for respecting my character design choices. I'm kidding. I know people just want, I know people are just trying to make me have a tree be squishy because it would be funny and also sexy, and I understand. Like, listen, Sexy Tree 2.0. I don't actually know his name. If he ever goes back, if he goes back to the mother tree, hey, maybe she'll decide that, hey, we need a squishier one. Yeah, it's all just heckles. My fan name for Sexy Arborian is Cypress. Ooh, Cypress is a really good name, honestly. Cypress is a very good fan name. And I love that it's a fan name for a non-canon character is great. Non-canon yet. I haven't started rewriting the story yet. I have never watched The Last Unicorn, Scribbler. I have never watched The Last Unicorn. Is that a tree in The Last Unicorn? Because that's crazy. I'm gonna show this one because I am going to show this GIF because what the actual hell? I have never watched The Last Unicorn. I have not. You want Imogen to hear you tell Lana she needs more squish to be pretty. Ooh. Never say anything bad about Lana in front of Imogen. Just a recipe for disaster. Even if they're in It's Complicated right now. Yeah, we gotta add that to the movie night list. It's free on YouTube. Ooh, okay. We could add that to the movie night list. I've seen Labyrinth. I've never seen The Last Unicorn. I've heard lots of things about it. I've never seen it. Was Rowan, but somebody took that. I wonder which person could have taken the name Rowan and made it a different Arborian. I don't know. I couldn't say. Who could that have been? Ooh, I'm less than 11k away from a full color bus redeem. Hell yeah, Amity! Woohoo! Ooh, I posted a link in movie time for y'all. Thank you, Scribbler. Thank you. I will pin that. If it's on YouTube for free. Fucking hell yeah. I will pin this message. Someone 3D printed a blunderbuss dice launcher? That's sick. That game idea that I had at the end of your co-working stream with John, yeah, I pretty much finished the first draft today. Whoa! Crazy! Congratulations, that's awesome. You were very inspired by your co-working stream. That's so awesome. That's so lovely. About 45 minutes into Fishy's debut, inspiration struck me, and I just went ham. Also, my music died. God damn it. I keep telling it to loop, and it never loops. Drawn Sequoia's hair in forever. D&D group I belong to, the D&D group I belong to on Facebook, someone just posted their stats for the newly corrupted Ring of Spider summoning. It no longer summons swarms of spiders, it now summons swarms of undead spiders. I'm curious how that is worse. It sounds worse, but I don't know mechanically how that is worse. Like, it certainly sounds worse, but I don't know in what ways. You know that scene at the end of Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where the evil lady gets all the knowledge of the universe beamed straight into her brain? That's what I felt like today. And now you're dead. You know everything. You've transcended, and now you're dead. Welcome back, Alistair. Also, I love that wiggly cat. That is a very good wiggly cat. I don't know what it means, but I love it. That's Whisper. Fishy's ward. Her VTube lore is so dope. She has VTube lore? I saw that it was her, her VTube debut stream, but I didn't realize that she had lore. That's fucking sick. And I feel like that's kind of a shitty hand, but we can come back to it later. We can can come back to it later. Also, she's a tree. Maybe her hands are weird and spindly. She's a shape-shifting psychopomp cat, and Whisper is her tail. Is her tail? She's got a tail? That's a cat also? I love it. I love it. Oh, these new emotes are so cute. Oh my gosh. Is she so cute? Is she so cute? I love it. I love it. I'm really proud of your government finally gave her permission to work again. I am too. I am too. Government agencies are slow. No matter where you are. It's slow. She's been so excited about this for months. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad it's finally come to fruition. Her body is almost done. Then I have to do a bunch of detail work. Hell yeah. Oh, she looks so pretty, guys. Oh my gosh. I really have leveled up since the last time I drew her. My goodness. It's honestly very heartening for me because Sequoia and the Arboreans are like a design of like a character and like species design I've had in my head since I was a kid. So, like, able to, like, constantly, like, redraw them and make them better each time is, like, very satisfying. Arthurians are kind of like my original OCs. Even though, like, it's not really an OC if it's just like, this is a species that I really, really like. But, you know what I mean. Like, some of my oldest OCs. Technically, I think my oldest OC is an Arborean Jedi. I always thought that it'd be really cool to have living hair that could hold a lightsaber. And I was like, you know what? They don't have any plant people in the Star Wars universe. I think there should be plant people that can hold lightsabers with their hair. And thus, the Arboreans were born. Are there lightsaber equivalents in the Phoenix? Kinda. Like, as in swords that are light? Kinda. Not in terms of, like, lore about the lightsabers or, like, what they're made out of, but, like, Ario's, like, spiky shield is, like, made out of, like, light like that. So it's not, like, it's not quite the same, because I didn't want to pull it exactly from Star Wars, for obvious reasons, but, like, yeah, Ario's, like, shield on his arm can either turn into, like, a shield, or it can get, like, spiky on his arm, and he can, like, stab people. And that's the only one we've seen in the comic, but there are other things like that, mainly made out of, like, holographic light material. Hard light katanas should be a thing. Yeah. The thing is, there's not, like, a lot. I specifically am tried not to put a lot of violence in the Phoenix, but weapons are cool. Yeah, more like hard light constructs from Mass Effect. Yeah. Definitely, like, hard light stuff. Definitely hard light stuff like that. And they, like, and the reason it's, like, on Ario's arm is because it, like, originates from the, like, holographic, watch band that they have, that they both, like, can, like, call people on, and things like that. Like, we've seen in the comic where they, like, it's basically like an Apple Watch, but make it sci-fi. What, you don't want to draw a billion dynamic action fight scenes, Brie? No, I had the hardest time in chapter 3. What's chapter 3 or chapter 4? I can't remember. Of the Phoenix, when Ario and Fi fought those, like, 2 goons in the cave. I had the hardest time drawing that. That was so hard. They're so hard. Weapons are cool, and you called Finn and I nerds for knowing about World War II guns last night. I don't know the name of weapons. I think they're cool, but I don't know the name of them. Only nerds know scientific, like, you can call me a nerd for knowing, like, the scientific names of apes. Of course. And I can call you a nerd for knowing the exact name of German World War II weaponry. The scientific name of guns. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. My fabric arrived. Hooray! Amity, I'm so glad your fabric arrived. Get to that sewing. Hell yeah. Hobby. Ooh, speaking of Star Wars cost plans and IRL and cosplay. Cost plans? Ooh! Oh my god, you're gonna do a Anakin cosplay? Come on. Ever since my computer updated to Windows 11, it just doesn't like it when I try to like make things full screen anymore. Ooh! Ooh! Fuck yeah! That's exciting. That is really cool fabric. I love that for Anakin. That's awesome. I can't wait to see it, Amity. That's sweet. Rocketus Launcherai. Sniper on Automatica. Yeah, the thing about weapons is that they're just technology. Like, any technological improvement will inevitably end up being tried to use for weapons. Yeah, that's kind of why I decided that, like, Ario's weapon would be originating from his, like, holographic wrist computer. Because that, like, it's like a program that you can, like, download or whatever. So yeah, kind of the same of, like, yes, there are, like, guns are made to be guns, but, like, interesting new weaponry in the Phoenix will be, like, based on, like, in-world mechanics and stuff like that. You wouldn't download a sword. So the real question is, what's technology like in the Phoenix? It is very holographic based. I don't know, like, again, I'm not a huge technological scientific person, so I haven't put a lot of, like, very hard stock in it, but it's very holographic based. Like, people communicate via, like, holographic transmissions, holographic weaponry, a lot of the, like, display ports are holographic, like, it's things that, like, the screens and stuff and, like, touch screen. It's very classic sci-fi holographic touchscreen, because I think that I thought it'd be cool to draw that. So that's very, like, it's holographic based, and I also didn't want to make it, like, too far. Like, I wanted to make it far enough away from our technology now, but, like, enough that, like, you could understand it, like, that you could understand it, because it's not, like, millions of years in the future. It's, like, a few hundred years in the future. Yeah, so what's sci-fi? So what's the sci-fi like, Brie? Man, I don't know. This comic is about people. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know about the technology. I just know about the people. Yeah, when I think of, like, technology, I think of it more along the lines of, like, cultural innovation versus, like, how technology actually works. I guess. It is, guns in space is a very big thing to think about, too, yeah. Which is, like, I kind of went the more, like, Star Trek and Star Wars route, where things are, like, hard light based and lasers versus, like, bullets. Because, again, that's what we see most in sci-fi, and I feel like it feels more sophisticated than bullets. But also more people probably would like in the Phoenix universe in terms of weaponry would be using like shields or melee weaponry versus guns, and more like gun-based like regular people or like people to defend themselves would be using more like melee weaponry, and then like people that are in sort of a militarized or like militia vibe would be using like guns. Sort of thing. Because they're not like, I think like guns aren't like widespread among people, and it is easier to like, if things are made out of hard light, you can then like make things to like defend against hard light using hard light easier, so it's like more canceling out, so it's like it levels the playing field a little bit. Yeah, there is artificial gravity on the ships in the Phoenix. Yes, there is. There is in fact artificial gravity, and the amount of artificial gravity is actually a like ableist point that I was going to be making, like an ableism point that I was going to be making at some point in the comic about specifically about Tico and Tico's species. Because the artificial gravity in the artificial gravity in the Phoenix universe is based on the gravity of Earth, or like Earth-like planets, and is not based around other species and their bone requirements, which is why Tico and Tico's people is often in like chairs and like handicapped things, because and that like they use those to move around because it's hard for them to like maneuver in harder and like heavier gravity spaces. Like they're more accustomed to things like the moon's gravity and things like that, where like you still like fall down, but it's like easier to like kind of like hop around or like soar around and stuff like that. And since the artificial gravity is like standardized to humans and like Azracs and things like that, races like Tico's race has a harder time maneuvering. And that was sort of like a thing that I was going to bring up at some point in like as like a larger like, maybe we should think about this when we're designing things. And like, yeah, the whole point of the Phoenix is that like the Alliance is, there are bad people within the Alliance, but the Alliance as a whole is a organization of peacekeeping that has very good intentions, but it is so young in the grand scheme of things, and is so like vast and so like so vast and expands so quickly because more and more things keep getting changed, or more and more people keep becoming a part of it, and it's just like it's based around the ideas of humanity and the Azrac people. Yeah, unintentional xenophobia, because they got too big too quickly, too influential too quickly, and they're just not very old in the grand scheme of the universe. So like the unintentionality of some of their things. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, a government that isn't doing things in an intentional way and is having to basically quickly pick up the pieces and quickly do things and quickly try to make justifications and adjudications about things that a bunch of people have never seen before, never heard about, don't know anything about. And yeah, that's sort of the like problem with the Alliance, is the unintentionality of things, and not making a peacekeeping and like governmental structure that with the intention to do good, but it like the intention to do good is as far as they got in terms of the intention, and they didn't like follow different rabbit holes to like really like make it solid and structured and safe before starting to like expand, basically. Because like with the Alorians on the marketplace, like they had settled on Alornia on the marketplace before they realized that there was living sapient species on the planet, and they were like, fuck, that's not cool, we shouldn't have done that. But they had already like built out a bunch of stuff, and so they had to kind of like retcon their involvement, but like they couldn't like fully just like get out of it because like a lot of stuff had already been like made there, and a lot of like people from Earth and Azrak and like a lot of and like some of like the more like first core Alliance planets had already like moved there, and they like not like affiliated with like the Alliance governmentally, but like civilians, so it was like, oops, we did a colonialism. Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's technically less xenophobia, more chauvinism. Yeah. It's like xenophobia at the worst. Like, there's definitely people that are xenophobic. Like, for sure. But that is not like the core of the Alliance being like, we are xenophobic, we are America, we are, you know, it's like, it was sort of my way of kind of having a sort of metaphor of like modernization, and what that has like without intentionality can be very harmful to people. Like, because my point is like not like, oh, these people are awful and evil and you should like, they're gonna hurt all of these other native people on purpose. It's always the unintentional but true ramifications of unintentional action. Basically. Which we like learn about every day with like how people like feel about ableism, and like the like whole, we live in a society where like some people are actively hateful, and a lot of people are ignorant, and a lot of people don't know things and don't have the equipment and ability to adapt quickly and with intentionality. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's like the commentary isn't like, oh, the Alliance is bad. The Alliance is evil, bad, it needs to be destroyed. It is, the Alliance needs to, the people in charge of the Alliance and important people, and kind of just in general the people of the galaxy kind of need to like know things. Kind of need to be woken up to like a lot of things about people and a lot of things about unintentionality, and maybe have like intentional reparation policies and things like that, because like, yeah, that was sort of the, like, my hope, I guess, when it comes to that. And, yeah, I don't know. I hope that makes sense. It's not a sci-fi if you don't politically commentary on it. Exactly. Humans are the tech bros of the universe. A lot of the humans and Azracs are tech bros of the universe. They really are. So that's sort of kind of the, like, just overarching commentary of it, and sort of like the revolution that I'm hoping the Phoenix crew, that I'm planning on the Phoenix crew bringing, and like and like the actual sentient, sapient artificial intelligences kind of bring to the universe, being like, hey, these bad people, like the people that are exploiting the AIs in the universe are bad. They are part of the Alliance, and they are bad, and they are lying or not understanding the truth, or if they see the truth, denying the truth of the AIs being sapient people, and are then, like, being xenophobic and racist and bad to the sapient AIs, and having that sort of, like, been brought to light to people, being like, oh shit, this isn't good. Oh shit, this isn't good. What are all of the... Oh, actually, look at all of these other things that we've been turning a blind eye to because we just haven't had time to deal with them, and a lot of things are piling up, and not a lot of people are living good lives because we just haven't done right by them because we've been trying to put down railroad tracks in front of us as fast as we can as our train just keeps fucking chugging along, and sort of kind of having that be like the revolution wake-up call to people in the Alliance, as well as to, like, just like the general populace, basically. That was sort of my, like, general vibe plot of the Phoenix. So yeah, fun facts. I feel like that might be obvious in, like, the 4 chapters that I've been writing, but also it might not have been. I don't know. I feel like I was laying down those, like, vibes. I hope so, at least. But I am planning on making it a little bit more explicit, and now that I've, like, brought more of, like, world building into the world, and, like, things that we've talked about, and because of Marketplace Mayhem, not necessarily, like, rewriting it to be, like, different, but, like, rewriting it to have more depth, if that makes any sense, before I, like, start going again. Like, not everybody can be the villain, and I'm not, like, trying to make people the villain, but, like, there has to be a little bit of a villain. There has to be, like, a little bit of a villain. Like, a little bit. Like, society is the villain, but also the people that, see people that are, like, I can exploit this for my own gains is also the villain. And we've already met that person. Both Marketplace Mayhem and in the Phoenix, and I know he has a name at this point, but I never can remember it because he didn't have a name until Marketplace Mayhem, and then I made up his name, and I don't think I wrote it down, and in my drafts of the comic, like, script, his name is just Bad Guy, and I don't remember his name. I feel bad. So if, in Marketplace Mayhem, he has a different name, it's because I forgot. Need to get into Lancer. I think the lore of the Union would be straight up your alley. This is why I love learning about, sci-fi worlds so much, is because, like, a whole lot of sci-fi, like, some people really love the tech aspect of sci-fi, and a lot of sci-fi both has, like, interesting tech scientific aspect, and a lot of it has, like, very interesting cultural and anthropological, like, core elements to it that, like, give you a sort of, like, socio-political and anthropological, commentary on the world, because you kind of, it's, like, so intrinsic to it, because you kind of have to, because you can't, just like how we were a few weeks ago talking about, D&D, and how, like, D&D is suffering from its, like, popularity. You can't kind of, like, talk about changing something to make it sci-fi and to make it, like, science fiction without considering the ramifications of those, like, decisions that people make. Like, okay, so this is the thing. How did that have to happen? And then really, like, breaking down the steps and how did that have to happen, you really start to see the society in which we live in currently and how it's the same and different in that world, because everything is connected and culture is such a huge part of storytelling, that you kind of have to consider how would our real world look if this certain thing was changed. And in my, when I was thinking of the Phoenix, I'm like, okay, how would our world look if in, like, a few hundred years, only a few hundred years, humans were able to be space traveling? What would that actually look like? Because knowing history, yes, a lot of things have changed in the last few hundred years in terms of, like, technological advancements and how society functions, but a lot of the, like, core tenets of how people sort of view ourselves and each other, like, a lot of it is similar. Like, you can see from the A to B to C to blah 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 blah, and you're like, well, things may have been a little different, but they're not as different as things from, like, a few thousand years ago. And so, only, like, jumping ahead a few hundred years, yes, things will have been different, and humans will have been, like, trying very hard to not be, to, like, would be, in this current state, would be considered, like, leftist or woke or socialist for humans. But then bringing that into space and being like, how good would they be able to apply their own knowledge of how to be considerate of others when they keep meeting people that are different from them wholeheartedly, and trying and continuing to make the active effort to not belittle differences and not be xenophobic and not be ableist and blah 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 blah, but not having the time to adapt and be intentional in how society changes because it's just going so fast. I don't know. That's sort of how I was thinking about it. And that's how I got to where I was in, like, you know, the commentary and stuff. I'm gonna keep drawing Sequoia, and I'll just let that simmer, because if I can keep talking, I will keep talking about it forever and ever and ever. never get this drawing done. I will only keep talking about lore. Oh boy. But yeah, that's sort of, you know, that was sort of the rabbit hole of thinking. And, you know, thanks to my sci-fi and anthropology class in college. You've laid the groundwork for who I am today. I love it when you go off on rambles. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I always, like, I go off on rambles and I'm like, I hope I'm making sense. I hope what I'm saying is making sense, because I know that I don't have, like, the perfect words for the thoughts in my head, so I hope I'm making sense. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yes, I should probably drink water after that. Yeah, weapons in, but yeah, to answer Nico's first question, weapons in, weapons in, the Phoenix universe are hard light based. Oh, thank you for the massage break. I appreciate it. That is very sweet. You're starting to sound a little rough around the edges. Fair. Honestly, fair. Ugh. Let me get Pua out. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, I think I laid out a book. Ayy! I mean, we all knew that Emily was a genius, but I'm so glad that you laid out a book. I'm so glad that you laid out a book, John. Congratulations. Congratulations. Want to know something funny weapons related? Okay, I'm actually scrolling up to see what I missed when I went on my rant. Or you could do a Games Workshop. Well, one of the example sub-guns is literally like Colt. Yep. I know nothing about guns. That is one thing. I know quite a bit about swords, and I know nothing about guns. My brother was definitely more of a swords guy than a gun guy when we were little. So I know quite a bit about swords. And not a whole lot about guns. To give you a quick rundown, Earth gets fucked up by war and climate change. Humanity sends out generational arc ships into the universe to colonize other planets. 6,000 years go by, and the few 10,000 people on Earth that are still alive form union, rebuild, recover, and retrace their steps. Find 6,000 years worth of messages from their colony ships, develop near light speed travel, find and reintegrate most of their lost colonies, and then another 5,000 or so years later is when the game takes place. Wow. If you're measuring in thousands of years, lots and lots of society can change very rapidly. If you're measuring in thousands of years. gonna post a video in Discord. This shit looks rad as hell. Hey! Hell yeah, I can't wait to see it, John. The 1911 is the pistol that you usually see U.S. soldiers use in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam War movies. Great. It's still hanging around some 4,000 years after World War II in the 4K universe. Interesting. That is a fun fact. I guess people just really liked that gun. No, she doesn't have toes. I mean, she does have toes. She doesn't have toenails. I also really wanted to grab you for a stream of Citizen Sleeper someday, because it is easily the most human sci-fi story I've ever experienced. I've been very interested in Citizen Sleeper recently. I don't have it, but at least I don't think I have it. My brother might have it. And if my brother has it, I have it, because we have a shared Steam library. So I might have it. I don't know. Like to give an idea of how signals are picked up in the void of space. With our current tech, we can sense the Voyager at the edge of our galaxy, which has less electricity in it than your refrigerator, so like the small vessels don't make sense. In a single pilot fighter kind of sense. Also, you can send out AI-powered missile probes, no oxygen needed, and make sharp turns that would kill life forms. I mean, fair. There is a lot. Dogfighter thing was George Lucas putting World War II vibes into space, which was a common thing in sci-fi from back then. From an era when space was imagined as having stuff in it, like an ocean or something, instead of just mostly nothing. Yeah. honestly fair. I still like to think that space is basically one giant ocean, but in reality, sadly, that is not the case. Definitely fantasy space and real space. Real space is a lot less fun than fantasy space. Interesting, but a lot less fun. Probably going to take a quick break pretty soon, and then we'll probably end out the stream with a quick doodle, because I do need to use the restroom, and we haven't done Snickerdoodle in a few weeks, and we should probably do that. We have a lot in the queue. And as I predicted, Sequoia's gonna take a little bit longer because she is detailed. She's a very detailed specimen, I must say. A very detailed specimen, and having her be a coloring page is gonna be really interesting. But she looks so good! Yeah, right? It's gonna be very fun to color. It's gonna get real detailed. Is I think this may be the most detailed Arborian I've ever drawn. I generally give up halfway through because they are a lot of work. But I'm quite excited to see how you guys decide to color them. I know, there's no narcs to nipple around. There's no need to narc. They don't have, she doesn't have, they person. I continually, she is a she, they, and I continually, rotate between the pronouns, so know that I'm referring to the same person. And you can't censor her nipples, narcs. There's no nipples to censor! None! She's got no nipples. She's got no private parts. She do have a booty, because anything that walks around has to have a booty. That's how booties be. But she ain't got no naughty bits. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have a booty for the sitting. I would say that is a good question. The only reason to produce fruit is for reproduction in terms of plants, and they yeah, my instinct is no, they don't fruit, because Arborians don't sexually reproduce. They are an asexual species. So they don't do pollen or anything like that. Some of them can produce flowers. The mother tree left that in their genome because people think it's pretty. And people will be more prone to trusting and talking to them. But yeah, they don't sexually reproduce. In order to make more Arborians, they have to go back to their home planet and reconstitute themselves. Yeah, so only the mother tree bears fruit. Yeah. And the fruit holds these guys in them. Basically, the reproduction cycle of Arborians is the mother tree, their home planet, and where they come from. There's fruit. The fruit becomes like an egg gestation period where Arborians are grown. They pop out of the fruit. They go on their walkabout through the galaxy. And then they come back to the mother tree. And decompose on the planet. Yeah, Arborians are all peach pits. Exactly. Basically. Yeah, their life cycle is, in order to, like, repropagate, they come from one plant, which is their planet, and the planet makes the fruit, egg, they hatch out of the fruit egg as when the fruit decomposes, and then they go on their little walkabout, learn everything they can, decompose on the planet, transfer their psychic memories to the mother tree. The mother tree then births another Arborian, and so on and so forth. That is also true. There is no predator pretty much on the planet, basically. On the Mother Tree planet. The Mother Tree is basically the whole planet. The whole dang planet. It's one giant tree that took over the planet. Imagine the Avatar swamp, but a whole planet. And only decided to start, like, propagating these guys after coming in contact with humans a few hundred years ago. And then there's a specific sect of human druids that live on the moon of the planet that help basically harvest the Arborians from the planet, bring them to the moon, and then send them on their way. Because the Mother Tree doesn't have any way of spacefaring, so it kind of has a symbiotic relationship with humans to gain knowledge outside of planet. It is a sentient planet, and it is, the way that it, like, communicates is through the way that the Mother Tree communicates and the planet communicates is through spores on the planet. So basically, if you go on the planet without oxygen, like basically a spacesuit, you will be inundated with an entire planet trying to talk to you. Yeah, the humans come and take the pits and deposit them elsewhere. She made fruit, but she can talk, so no need for eating. Exactly. They basically, like, in order to communicate with the Mother Tree, they take spores in microdoses to be psychically linked to the planet. But if you go to the planet itself, it's like you're on the worst trip of your life forever. That's the whole time. The whole time. Yeah. A few of them definitely died and became part of the planet. A few humans definitely died and became part of the planet because they're like, yeah. Arborea is basically just the all-nine perm critical role. Pretty much. But yeah, so it communicates via spores, and it also, like, propagates in sort of like, it propagates itself via spores and fruit, but in like specific ways. Because like, if a tree can control how it does its own thing, that's what I would, like, I was like, how, if a tree could control how it is made, what it makes, how to, like, basically, if they could genome splice itself, what would it do? So yeah, that's sort of my thought, is that it communicates via spores. It also, like, propagate, like, it makes other, like, bits of itself on its own planet via the spores, and the fruits itself are specifically for the Arborians to be birthed out of. And then the Arborians at, like, a certain age, I would say, probably start, like, flowering a bunch. Like, flowering a bunch and, like, getting softer and squishier as, like, wood would, or, like, plants would. Like, flowers basically slowly, like, they release themselves and then they die. And that's basically, like, at the end of, like, the general life cycle of an Arborian, they're basically flowering a whole bunch and getting a little extra squishy. And then at that time, they would, go back to the mother tree and then, let themselves decay, basically. Yeah, it's, an elderly Arborian is definitely possible in a way, but it doesn't take, it takes longer than a regular plant would to decay, but once they get to, like, elderly stage, it is faster to decay than a person, like, elders can, like, last for, like, a few, like, elders, as in humans, can last for, like, 30 years. Arborians basically can last, like, maybe a few years in elderly stage. Yes, AI and, machines could visit the mother tree and not go insane. Though, they would have a hard time communicating. Do Arborians have religious beliefs? I think possibly the further away that they get, like, the further away that they get from the mother tree in terms of, like, time, I think it's possible that, like, like, as the mother tree's, like, consciousness and, like, memories and all of the things that, like, like, they basically are, like, kind of like in sort of a way like a computer, when you, like, first boot it up and you give it, like, all new hard drives and, like, here's all my old stuff, and you have so much space. And it's like, yes, I am running, I know what the heck I'm doing. I'm so clean, ready, I've got all of the information, it's crystal clear in my mind. And then the farther away they get from that, and the more knowledge and memories and things that get put in their, basically, like, data banks of their brain, probably the farther away they get from, like, the crystal clear memories and knowledge that they had from when they were first born, basically. And so I think it is possible, and we've talked about it a little bit, where, like, some Arborians probably choose not to go back. Yeah, the longer they run, the more corrupt their data gets. Yes. So, like, they wouldn't, like, and it's like some of, like, in terms of corruption, it's like their corruption can be, like, they now more believe in individuality, and, like, they don't want to bring themselves back and put themselves back, basically, into, like, their, into their giant, into their mother again. They're like, I want to die as my own person, or I want to. You've asked about, like, grafting themselves and stuff. I would say, like, Arborians that fully believe in, like, we're all just the mother tree, and we are one thing, probably wouldn't do that and be like, no, I don't want someone to make another one of me, or grow another, like, try to make another one of us, or another, like, one of this vessel. That's not cool with the mission statement of me and us. But that could change. Like, the standard Arborian, no, that wouldn't be cool. That would kind of go against their whole idea. To basically propagate another possible world or mother tree, it would be, in terms of, like, religious beliefs, blasphemous. But again, that could change based on what they've discovered, what that vessel specifically has encountered. Because Arborians have all of the knowledge that the mother tree has gained throughout its entire life. And the only way that the mother tree learns anything or gains information is if Arborians come back and die on their planet and get reabsorbed into the mother tree, and then therefore it knows all of its psychic knowledge, and then can then make new Arborians based on that knowledge and go and research more things about them. So that's kind of like the life cycle of an Arborian in a standard sense. But I'm sure there are, I haven't made it canon, but, like, there's definitely probably some Arborians that just decide never to go back, decide to die themselves, to die as individuals, decide that they don't want that. Possibly someone could be convinced to try to do it again, but I feel like even people that are like, I feel like most Arborians that decide, if they do decide not to go back, are deciding because of individuality and not because they are trying to make another one. So, like, I would still feel like that'd be, like, blasphemous in general. Like, try to make another world tree, or try to make an Arborian outside of the world tree. But there are also probably Arborians that decide not to go back because of something they learned, that they're like, that would fuck up everything. That would hurt the world tree. That would hurt things for this knowledge to keep living on. I will die with this knowledge. That's also, like, a martyr thing that I'm sure other Arborians have had. But again, and if those Arborians have had those experiences, the mother tree can't adapt to that because they never go back. And so the mother tree doesn't know those things. Exactly. If you like the mother tree, you'd never blaspheme like that. If you don't like the mother tree, why in the world would you want to make another one? Exactly. Exactly. But yes. Weird, fun things about the mother tree. And Arborians. Arborians are basically the seeds of the mother tree that get to walk around, experience things, and then go home and die. But they can live for a pretty long time. All things considered. They can live for a pretty long time. But their elderly phase doesn't last very long. Basically long enough for them to get home, once it starts happening. Anyways, I'm gonna read what you guys have said. Yes, but yeah, the longer they run, the more corrupt their data gets, so they can, like, they would start possibly, like, getting, to be more, seeing the mother tree in more of a, like, religious sense, rather than, like, or, like, folktale sense, of, like, oh, this is where I came from, and this is my this is, like, blah, blah, like, that sort of, like, making things more storytelling-esque and more less like concrete scientific knowledge and more like, ooh, religion. This is the religion I'm a part of, and this is my like culture. As they get older, type of thing. I could totally see an Arborean trying to make a new mother tree, but try to become the dominant form of consciousness in it. I mean, I feel like a lot of really terrible things would probably have to happen to that Arborean for that. Like, there's definitely a world in which that could happen, but I could also, but I feel like a lot of things would have to like happen to that Arborean for them to make that conclusion. Because like individuality is a big part of, I think, like the hive mind versus individuality is like a very interesting like balance that Arboreans ride. And I think that trying to having things happen to them to where they want to like conquer is an interesting take of individuality. Like, it's definitely possible, but like everything that they still have in their brain is against conquering, and so a lot of like things would definitely have to happen for them to like switch their like and like make their memories false or whatever. It's individuality versus independence. Yeah. It's very interesting. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. But I feel like they would have to have like a really dark backstory. Because like even if like even if your hard drive gets like corrupted or like you start like memories start getting fuzzy, you still have like those bits of your childhood that made you you, and having past memories of other Arboreans and having past memories of the mother tree and its intentions, even if they start getting a little fuzzy, you still have that as a core part of yourself. So like I feel like, and then having that core part of yourself get cracked in such a severe way that you decide that you can do it better, a lot would have to happen, I think. A lot of trauma would have to happen. But it's possible. If an Arborean can't make it home before the end of their life cycle, does it have a positive impact on the environment they die in? Honestly, probably. I think it would technically have to, if they die on like soil and stuff, if they die in a like, if they don't like die in like a spaceship, or if they like, oh no, there's an ad during your question. I'm so sorry. I shall wait. Hold on. Save Sequoia. Hold on. Sequoia is saved. Hell yeah. I'm also going to just start getting ready for our cooldown doodle. So that, bam. All right. Back, hooray. Okay, so, if they die in a spaceship, it really doesn't do much of anything. If they die on like soil, and it kind of depends on the soil that they die on, I think that it could definitely have a positive impact, or like an interesting, and it would add an interesting element to the ecosystem of that like area. It's not like a huge, it wouldn't I think probably take over, unless it was like propagated to be like that, because Arboreans are specifically, like, the genome of Arboreans isn't meant to like propagate if it wasn't in like a specific type of soil, basically. Like basically in a different type of soil, because that would the mother tree. The way that the planet on the mother tree is like very specific in terms of like pH levels and like salinity and all that stuff. So it's like a very specific environment where you would basically have to like propagate a Arborean to like take over. But it is definitely possible that like the spores that would be released from their decay and could like could add an interesting element to that biome and kind of just shift a very like specific area, like grove area, to be more psionic, I guess. If it's like in an arid area, it probably wouldn't do much of anything. Like if it was on Arborea, it probably wouldn't, not Arborea. If it was on Alornia / the marketplace, it probably wouldn't do much because it's like a desert, and they need more water than that, and they basically probably just dry up if they died there, rather than get decomposed and wet. But if it was in like a forest or swamp or whatever, there is definitely a possibility that like you would get a really weird looking tree out of it, a slightly psionic tree. That like if maybe another Arborean stumbled across, they could maybe like communicate with, like on like a weird base level, but like yeah, it wouldn't be basically making another mother tree or another Arborean if they died in a wet. It would need a very specific type of soil that has only been found or propagated on Arborea, but it would definitely do something to the area that they die in, whether it be a really cool looking psionic tree, or a weird little bush, or like certain plants or trees or flowers have like the ability to have a different color, or like they get mutated in this area because of a outside force or whatever. I like the idea of the spore making other plants grow in strangely geometric patterns. That would be cool. That'd be really cool. I would say if it was in a swamp, it would be probably super fucking creepy to find a cluster of Arborean death trees. Yeah, like their growth was directed. Like, yeah, they were trying to make limbs and they were trying to make a body, but it's like, it didn't quite work. Because it's not the same. Like, it was trying, but it wasn't. It's not. Oh, that'd be really freaky. That'd be really freaky. If you just are in a swamp and you it's like a tree that like has like a hand coming out of it, or like it like has like a leg, or like a branch is like weirdly geometric. You also don't know what killed them. That's also very true. That's also scary, because the most common places for arboreans to die, like prematurely, is in arid planets, cold planets, or arid planets, cold planets, or the vacuum of space. Next up for the Phoenix, body horror swamp. Yeah, like the most common places where they die prematurely is in places that it would be common for trees to die, like the vacuum of space, a really cold planet, or a desert. But you don't know if it's a swamp. That's like the perfect, that's like, general swamps are like the closest you could get to like the salinity and pH levels that you would need to like propagate the mother tree or the arborea. Ooh, what if Swamp Thing equals a lost arboreate? Oh, that'd be really cute. God, that'd be so freaky if like if there's a swamp just somewhere out there that was like it was not quite the correct soil like needs that arborea has, but it was like weirdly close that like if the arboreans die there, they get like weird and mutated, and it's like a weird mutation of it, like completely on accident. That would be wild. That's a Star Trek episode for sure. That's a Star Trek episode for fucking sure. That's scary. That's scary. You guys ask the craziest questions where I'm like, I don't have the answer, but here's the logical next step, and that's fucking insane. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of, Danny. Yeah, like the forced fusions and clusters from Steven Universe, where they're trying to regenerate from shattered gems and end up with a horrified mess of limbs. Yes. Oh god, that'd be awful. That'd be scary. That'd be terrifying. Also, Nico, to answer your question about if the mother tree hides any memories from the arboreans, no. Whether or not they believe that, or whether or not, as time passes on, they believe that, that's up to them. But canonically, no. The mother tree doesn't hide anything. At least for now. The mother tree is sentient and sapient, but is like a very different life form that I feel like doesn't understand what not being like, it doesn't know how to like close itself off. It's like totally open. It doesn't understand about concealing or hiding or lying. It's like a force of nature that is just everything. When are we scheduled to eat the rich? I need to mark it on my calendar. Can we feed them to the Fae? I mean, I feel like the Fae would really, really like some rich people to feed on. That'd be great. That would be great. Next Monday would be great, honestly. Okay, but with that, I would still love to answer your guys' questions if you want. It is the Buddha of trees. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda. Not that it would understand what that means, but yeah. It's kind of the whole everything. But yeah, thank you guys so much for asking me questions. I love it whenever we talk about the Phoenix. We go down such interesting lore dives, and it gives me so many ideas. I love it so much. Thank you always for asking me questions about my universe. I love it. But yeah, so here, this is Sequoia. She is from my comic. She is not usually this sexy, or is she? And she is the science officer on the Phoenix. She does all the study and is very, very science focused. Like, she's much more like science focused and like closed off than the she's much more robotic than the robot on the ship, and I love that. It's such a fun dichotomy. But I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, and then you guys are gonna vote on what we are going to draw to end out the stream. So, I will be back lickety split, and in the meantime, please tell me what you guys would like me to draw. I'll see you all in just a second. Don't go anywhere. Also, good night, London! Good night, good night, good night! another crazy question from Nico that I have to think about. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a very good break. If you haven't dewatered and rewatered, please go do so. Buddy! Hi! Are you here to say hi to the people? Yeah? Hi. Rizzy, you finally got your kitty scritches. There's finally a kitty to scritch. This is for you, Rizzy. This is for you. Kitty scritches time. Come here, buddy. Here. Come here. There we go. There we go. Kitty scritch time. Hi, buddy. Bigfoot riding a moose. All right, hell yeah. Thank you so much for voting in the cooldown noodle poll, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. If you have not dewatered, rewatered, or grabbed a snack, please go take care of your corporeal form. You definitely deserve it. You deserve to be in bliss, just like this little guy. Isn't that right? Look at him. Having a grand old time. But to answer your question, Nico, I think Arborians... I mean, honestly, I feel like, yes, Arborians would be allowed to participate in the Olympics. I mean, it is a thing that, like, when it comes to competitive sports and, like, competitive competitions, you have to, like, try out and, like, be ranked. So, like, I think it wouldn't, like, they wouldn't be barred from entry, but they would have to go through, like, they wouldn't just be, like, automatically admitted because, oh, they probably know things about stuff. They would, like, just like anyone, they'd probably have to go through, like, tryouts and, like, obviously different species would have advantages and disadvantages in certain disciplines, but Arborians kind of just make the perfect athletes. I feel like they would be more... I feel like they'd be more barred from, like, mental tournaments, like chess and things like that, than, if they were to be barred from anything, like mental tournaments, than, athletic tournaments, because, Arborians are more... They aren't necessarily fragile, but they aren't... I would say they would have basically the same advantages or disadvantages as, like, humans would. It also depends on, like, what the sport is. They're definitely not... I will say they're definitely, like, not as flexible as humans. Just based on, like, how their body is built. But, like, they do have hair to do... Their prehensile hair can basically do anything. I don't know. I feel like they would have to, like, try out or, like, be ranked. And I don't think they'd be barred from entry, but they would have to be put in a category. They would, like, just like anyone else, they'd have to be ranked and stuff. And there'd definitely be, like, certain... Though I feel like they would be more able to do kind of any sport. I feel like they'd be more of a they'd be easier to be a jack of all trades than other species would. Just because they would, like, possibly know more about everything at once. And be able to kind of like manipulate their body just like a little bit more than others. Like, there's definitely certain Azrak sports that humans can't do, or that like Tico can't do, or Rose can't do. But an Arborian could be better at it than those other races. Probably still not as good as a Azrak, but who knows? I mean, if the Mother Tree made specifically an Arborian to be for that sport, I feel like that would be unfair. Yeah. Can play football. Can't do a spelling bee. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what is your background? What is your background in language? Oh, I can speak every language. Okay, you can't participate. You would be too good. Yeah, exactly. It's an imperfect solution, but I doubt Arborians would be the only ones that could breed winners. 100%. 100%. I mean, one that hasn't come up in really anything other than just social media canon is there are the Chamibas, which are basically oozes that are in little mech suits. They'd be able to breed themselves in a way to be breadwinners. Like, yeah, they're not like the only one. It would, yeah. There'd be like different advantages or disadvantages grouped together. But, and it's really truly dependent on the world tree. Like, if the world tree is like, you know what, I'm gonna get really good at sports. Yeah, if like the mother tree's like, you know what, I'm gonna get really fucking good at sports. Hey, hi GBC, welcome on in! Thank you so much for the 10 months, I really, really appreciate it. Welcome back to having wings. Wake up, babe, Jock Arborian just dropped. Can play football, can't do a spelling bee. Yeah, like, especially, like, because, like, if you can access your memory nearly perfectly, they basically have to be like, how old are you? How much do you remember? Like, they'd have to test you they'd have to test the Arborian before they could get in. Be like, how unfair would it be for you to be a part of this spelling bee? You who knows a million languages. Oh my... Don't fuck up our game. Don't get really good at math. Don't fuck up our game. The Chamibas, my children. The mother tree. Insert BGG time to get good at darts. The house and Arborians always win. Stop counting cards. Stop doing it. Sorry, I can't help it. It's just part of me. Where is there? It is. Alright. I wonder if you guys can hear his little purrs. He's so close to the mic. Yeah, exactly. Like, if an Arborian was to participate in, like, a chess tournament, or, like, a tournament of the wits, or spelling bee, or things like that, it'd have to be at, like, the highest level. They'd have to basically be ranked to, like, S rank in... And it feels, like, a little bit to, like, people that actually have to, like, learn. It feels a little unfair, but, like... It would be unfair if they competed against people. It's like, this is technically my first spelling bee, but I do know 34 languages. I do think casinos would 100% be like, no, Arborians are not allowed in here. They do math too well. And also at one point there's probably gonna be like, no AI allowed in here. Or like, it's like they turn off like Wi-Fi or whatever, so AI could play, but if like AI was able to like connect to the internet, it's like connect to like other AI or the internet or like, you know, things like that, and be like, fucking get out of here. Stop it. How dare you? Yeah, I think it's the bigger question. Would the World Tree want to win everything, or would it prefer to experience the whole range of places and end up selecting entrance for the chances of coming fourth, for example? See? That's the other thing, is that the Mother Tree is basically doing a million science experiments at once about weird shit. So there's no reason, like, I think possibly the reason why you guys love the Arborians so much and make OCs of Arborians so much is because there is infinite potential for them to be really good at one thing and want to be really good at one thing. They were made specifically for this weird one thing. And I think that's beautiful. And I think that's beautiful. Yeah, it's like, the Mother Tree needs to make a specific Arborian that wants to win first place, but will always place fourth in order to experience the want/desire for first place. Exactly. Exactly. The Mother Tree is kind of doing real-world simulations. Exactly. The Mother Tree wants to know what it's like to be an individual and not a planet. And therefore is doing a bunch of simulations to figure out what that feels like. Like, it started out being very scientific of, like, I'm going to learn the culture of these people. I'm going to learn how math works. I'm going to learn all of these languages. I'm going to study, like a college person would study a field of study. And then, once they've, like, started getting a lot of that stuff, and have, like, seen other weird, like, things that they didn't understand just about, like, people's general life, they're like, I need to make an Arborian to figure out what the fuck that's all about. I'm gonna make one that's a child, actually. I'm gonna make one that's an elder, actually. I'm gonna make one that's a teen, actually. I'm gonna make one that's a sports champion. Like... I love that we're getting into the era of, like, it's been a few hundred years. We're getting into the era now of Arborians that are for weird, very niche study. Like, what's it like to be a child? What's it like to be on a ship with people that are running from the law? Like... Does it draw any moral or ethical lines in that thinking? In which thinking? That, like, it's doing real-world simulations? Yeah, like, what is sexual desire? How do other people reproduce? What is this? Like, we gotta remember that the first Arborians looked fucking terrifying. I should draw what the first Arborians looked like, because they are terrifying. How does the Mother Tree feel about war and the political ramifications? Oh, is there a type of Arborian that the Mother Tree won't make? At this point, well, I mean, it won't make an Arborian that it has learned that society frowns upon, basically. Like, yeah, she wouldn't make one that's like, what is it like to experience killing? She would make one like, what's it like to experience hunting? But she wouldn't make one that was like, what's it like to experience murder? Basically. Like, if murder accidentally happens, like accidental manslaughter, like with a car or something, that's one thing. But like, she's not gonna make one with the intent for, like, life happens. She has realized at this point that, like, fighting and violence is part of life. But she also knows that the planet at this point also knows that, like, she's not gonna make one with the intent to murder. Like, your job is to experience what it's like to kill other sapient people. Yeah, sapient and non-sapient. Like, hunting is, like, non-sapient people, basically. Like, she has learned from just studying what people are like and what, like, people, like, the general society of human and Azrak morality is that, like, murder is not okay. Yes, basically. She'd make an Arborian with things that's legally acceptable to kill. Yeah. I feel, okay, I would say, in terms of, like, D&D, alignment, the planet, I would say, would be mostly true neutral, like, would start out as true neutral and would be like, well, I have no context for these problems and what these things are, but through study and through knowing what things are, like, through study and through learning, the last few hundred years, the planet has probably become lawful neutral, and it's like, I won't make things that step out of the law to a, like, detrimental degree, but I will, like, yeah, she knows that some things are not okay, but does she have a concept of why? I think, yes. Yeah, she does to the extent that her Arborians have learned why. I mean, I think she knows, like, in academic sense, she knows why. I think that's the case. But what it's like to experience, like, emotion and, like, consequences for your actions and things like that, probably still learning the in-depth intricacies of that, but, like, knows on, like, paper or, like, academically why these things, like, Arborian, like, for the first few hundred years, most of the Arborians were, like, going to libraries or going to places of study or going to, like, colleges and, like, learning. Like, learning. And, like, for a while, they didn't understand the concept of lying, because they just believed that whatever people were telling them was the truth for a while. But they also had guides to guide them to places of knowledge or places to learn knowledge. And they weren't just, like, going willy-nilly out there. Like, they had direction from outside people. So it's not like just, like, randomly, like, stumbling around being like, I don't know anything, let's learn things. It's like, you should go learn from these people, because if you want to learn what it's like to be us, here is a good place. Yes, it's an academic knowledge, but not an intrinsic belief. Finding out really every roundabout way to figure out if the Mother Tree could ever be evil. I would say the Mother Tree is neutral, in general. Like, I don't think the Mother Tree has evil intentions. Like, never. They don't understand what that is. But they are... Yeah, it's just a tree who wants to learn. Just because it's a hive mind does not make it evil. Exactly. Exactly. Like, it's... I would say that it is not evil. It hasn't been taught how to be evil very specifically and pointedly. Like, the humans that interface with it, yeah. The Mother Tree has no intentions, it just does. The Mother Tree's intention is to learn. And then what it learns, is to, like, further their knowledge. Their only want is to gain knowledge. The Mother Tree's only want is to gain knowledge and understand things outside of itself. It doesn't really want to do anything else other than that. And I will also say, in the last, like, few hundred years, there has not been outward violence or war in the galaxy. Most things in the galaxy has been solved via negotiations, peaceful talks, maybe a little bit of battle, but, like, not war. In the galaxy, things have been relatively peaceful, with furthering science and technology, and trying to find, integrate, and live harmoniously with most of the people in the galaxy. I understand your vision. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you. I don't think the Mother Tree would do anything to spread. I mean, I think if anything, there was to be a battle against the Mother Tree, it would be defensive. The Mother Tree, I don't think, would ever seek out battle. Seek out Arboreans to do battle or anything like that. It would all be defensive. And this is partially to do with the fact that the people that came into contact with the Mother Tree first was just, like, a group of basically, like, monk druid humans. Like, a bunch of monk druid humans, which were very, like, peaceful, very understanding, very, I want to learn about you, you want to learn about me, let's make this work. And they helped the Mother Tree negotiate with the Alliance for a peace treaty of, like, this is what the Mother Tree wants. This is all the Mother Tree wants. We're gonna help it happen. Give it diplomatic immunity. And the Alliance and humans in Azrac saw this as being like, oh my gosh, this is basically a living Library of Alexandria. Like, nothing will ever come to harm this planet because it will, with whatever it learns, if we teach it everything we know and we teach it our history and everything and blah, 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 it will stay forever. So, like, the Mother Tree planet has a symbiotic relationship with the galaxy as a whole. And the galaxy as a whole, protects and communicates with the Mother Tree and lets it wander in itself. Wander out and through, and has, like, special access to things in the understanding that, like, all of the knowledge will be, like, shared. I don't mean to be going for... People keep asking me interesting questions about my world, John! I'm trying to start my doodle and it's not working! People keep asking me interesting things, and I do have to go! I have to go have dinner with a friend! If it came to a point... I love the picture so far. Came to a point in which, with ethical and moral ways of getting non no longer bear fruit, no pun intended, what would it do then? That is a good question, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've never thought about it. I'm pretty sure I don't think that hypothetical would ever happen. Because everybody has a vested interest in this planet having knowledge. Yeah, exactly. They are probably learning slower than the universe is creating things to learn. And there may come at, like, weird points where, like, an Arborian, like, accidentally stumbles into, will accidentally stumble into, like, unethical or, like, criminal behaviors, and it'll bring that back, and then it will, like, if it wants to follow that thread, it's allied with the Alliance, but it is not part of the Alliance, so it has no problem being, like, a criminal against the Alliance, but to, like, just see a different perspective against the Alliance, but it, like, also knows, like, what is important morally based on everything that it's learned. And I don't think there's ever gonna be a time where, like, there will never be, like, I think ethical and moral are two different things. You know what? I'm just gonna I don't think this line of questioning is ever gonna stop, so I'm just gonna quietly start my doodle, and we're just gonna keep talking until it's the end. Yeah. I mean, hypothetically, if the galaxy turns to fucking shit, it will still want to keep having knowledge. But also, it won't be able to do anything without the humans. It knows that for sure. maybe eventually it could, but that would take forever. And so it has a vested interest in not pissing off, like, so far things have been totally good, and at the current moment in the universe, the Mother Tree has never considered it a possibility where things wouldn't be good. It may have at some point considered defenses, but yeah, I agree with Danny. There's definitely probably no Arborian defense system. I will also say that I will also say that on a whole, it might be a little bit too trusting. Like, at this current point, it probably is a bit too trusting. Like, the Alliance has said that it will protect the Mother Tree, and it will let the Mother Tree kind of be, and it has a vested interest in protecting itself, and so the Mother Tree is like, cool! I'm good. And it didn't really know what lying was for a really long time. Yeah, it doesn't, like, have a directive. It's a living thing. It doesn't have a directive. What it wants will change over time, but, like... It's just learning. What it learns will determine what it wants in the future. But it just knows that they want, like, the reason that they even started this quest was because humans landed on their planet. They're like, ooh, what are you? And they're like, we're this. And they're like, I want to learn more about that. And then now they've just kind of been learning. And I don't really see any need to want anything other than that at the current point. It's not like the planet is, like, programmed. It's like, think of it like... Think of it like a mix of, like, a scholarly old grandma, the swamp from Avatar, the swamp from Avatar, and, a university student, all mashed into a planet. And, like, it doesn't want to make people go insane by having its scores, it's just kind of built that way. It's old woman talk from Korra, yeah! Yeah, kinda. Except without a tragic backstory. I think that is very true. I think that is very true, Danny. Like, Arborians being like, hey, we want to be individual people would be very different than, would be much more likely than the Mother Tree being like, you know what? I could do better than anybody else in this universe. Everybody is mean and awful. Like, from the perspective of, like, humans and Azracs and a lot of other spacefaring people, like, battle and war is, like, very much a, like, thing that they still know exists. And, like, evil deeds and, like, doing, you know, bad stuff to people is very much, like, a thing that exists. But, like, the universe of the Phoenix is, like, relatively in peacetime. That, like, the Mother Tree has never had to, like, at the current moment, understand what war is on an intrinsic level. Have any reason to believe that, oh, these people are morally bad. Also, seriously, what is with my Clip Studio Paint right now? It's like, usually I have like much bigger, but it's like going so slow. The fuck is happening? Grandmother Willow. Yeah. A lot of your questions of like what would, when something terrible happens, what would the Mother Tree do? I don't know. Because in my universe I don't plan on something terrible happening. Hadn't considered it. That is one question I'm totally okay with answering. I don't know. Yeah. It's true. And also, that is also true. It understands that, like, if it started a war to study war, there's no way it could go back afterward to study more things the way it currently is. That is also true. It does understand cause and effect in a way. It's like, if I did this, there is no way for anything to go back to the way it was. Because it's, like, heard stories of war. And that sounds terrifying. I guess. Maybe the only way for the Arborian, for the Mother Tree to be weirdly ethical is, to be weirdly unethical is time travel. That is, unless before they found that they had learned a lot of terrible things about what time travel could do to them, and then they learned how time travel works, and they're like, you know what, it's not worth it. Or it could be Doctor Who. What do you mean by synthesize knowledge? Like, make it so other people can read it? Or see it? I current moment, it is learning how to synthesize it. Because part of what, like, the agreement with, like, part of the reason why the Alliance thinks it's, important to keep it, safe and secure is that it is, a library of knowledge. But if people can't read the knowledge, then, you know. And, like, you know, that's not great. So, yes. I think it is trying to find a way to make knowledge easier to synthesize and to communicate, like, than huffing spores. Like, can it take knowledge from place A and combine it with knowledge from place B and combine it to make new discoveries? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it knows it. It can make inferences based on things that it's learned. It's like, oh hey, that's a weird thing that I learned. What about this thing? Oh hey, that's a weird thing that I learned. If that's true and that's true, then this must be true. And that's just like, they don't need someone to tell them that that is true. So they haven't really, like, so it's, what it's been interested in it's been mostly just, like, absorbing knowledge and then having Arborians do experiments with, like, A and B and putting that together and then bringing the, knowledge that the new discovery is back to the mother tree. Like, the Arborians are kind of the vessel in which new discovery happens. And it also, like, constantly consults the, like, druids on the moon. Like, slowly, but, like, the druids will go down, gather a bunch of spores, and then will, like, sift through the mother tree's, like, questions, I guess? And, like, what it, like, is looking to learn, or, like, updates on how, like, certain things are going, and things like that. Like, it'll constantly, like, communicate and be like, oh, like, and we'll share, like, ideas of, like, about, like, Arborans that they want to, like, test experiments with, or, like, make new discoveries with. And, like, we've learned this thing and this thing. What if we make an Arborian to see if that's true? And, like, things like that. And the humans will, like, help facilitate. I'm really good at drawing right now. Y'all have distracted me so much that I have forgotten how to draw a moose. Basically, just a deer. Yeah. The mother tree itself is just the memory part. The Arborians do the computing. Basically. Because the Arborians doing the computing is faster than the mother tree doing the computing. The mother tree could, but it'll take forever, and it's learned and computed and discovered so much more about itself and the world around it by this Arborean thing than being itself by itself for millennia. Like, how rapid it's learned and discovered things has been exponentially faster for it. Because, like, the way it can communicate with, like, the outside world is through spores, and that's basically it. The way that Arboreans can communicate with the outside world is through language, and that is faster than, weird, esoteric vision quests. In which the druids have to interpret to communicate with the mother tree. Are there any Arborean labs on their home planet? That seems like the fastest, most efficient way to study certain things. Yeah, it varies. I think it depends on, like, the more that they get made, the more their lifespan increases, but I think at this point, the lifespan is probably between 60 to 100 years, like a normal, like a human lifespan. Their lifespans at the beginning were like 20 years. Or less. In terms of labs, like, I would say there are probably labs on the moon. I keep getting distracted. I'm gonna finish this book, Bigfoot. There are labs on the moon where a lot of the, like, synthesization of data and a lot of the any Arboreans that don't, like, go out into the world live. Like, they could live on the home planet, but they get to talk to the it's easier to, like, directly interface with the humans there, and it doesn't take very long to go from the moon to the planet anyways, to, like, directly interface with the mother tree. And, disrupting the ecosystem of the planet is, like, a very, like, no-go. It's, like, a very no-go. That, both to the humans and to, like, the mother tree, it's like, it'd probably just be better for it to be on the moon and just, like, you guys, humans make the lab equipment and you guys do all that, you guys got it. You just tell me what happens. Basically. And there are, like, some Arboreans that come back early, basically, because they've, like, learned something they feel like is really important, or they, like, have discovered something, like, brand new to them or something that they're like, I've never seen this before, I consulted other people, they'd never seen this before, I'm bringing it back and we're gonna study it. Basically. And they come back, like, earlier. And then they, like, become, like... Yeah. It's all variable. It kind of depends on what, again, each Arborian, like, believes is probably best based on the knowledge that they have. And also, like, the want to learn new things. Spoiler alert, Sequoia is gonna be one of those. That is such a Rudolph's moose, thank you. I didn't have time to look up a picture of a moose to make it better. So I was like, you know what? There we go. People keep asking me fun lore questions about my universe. We're gonna get a Rudolph moose and a baby Bigfoot. There we go. I hope this is good. Sequoia is basically gonna become like a emissary to the World Tree, and like kind of live on the moon after the events of the Phoenix. Cause they learned a lot of things about stuff, and they're like, you know what? It might be good to let the World Tree know about this right now. Without killing myself, obviously, but like, it might be good to kind of like clue the World Tree in on like the whole AI thing. And like learn about these things and about like the Alliance and stuff. Yeah, basically. And like, you know, this guy who did really bad shit. Let's teach them about that. Yeah, Sequoia is basically, like, also the thing about Sequoia is that, like, the World Tree didn't give Sequoia a, like, directive, like it's given, like, some other ones. Like, Sequoia's just, like, oh, an Arborian, it's like, find something interesting, go! And Sequoia chose the Phoenix. And then, after the events of the Phoenix, Sequoia's like, I should go home. I feel like this is important. I will kind of become the emissary of the World Tree. One of them. And do, like, science experiments on the moon. And that's, like the first time something like that is, like, sometimes they will, like, if it's, like, interesting scientific discovery, like, holy shit, we found this weird thing! This weird mineral or whatever. They'll, like, bring it back, like, some, like, it's only happened, like, once or twice that people have come back, that Arborians have come back early, because it's, like, basically, like, try to live your life and see what you learn through the life, but Sequoia coming back will be, like, the first time an Arborean has come back with, like, so here are some really important things about the world from a different perspective than we've ever gotten. And that's gonna be kind of, like, the first time that has happened. And, like, an Arborean, like, comes back and is like, you know what? Like, this, I cannot stress this enough. The world of the Phoenix is, like, maybe 300 years old. It's all very new. And the Arborean program is, like, maybe 150 years old. And a lot has changed very rapidly. Like, it's, you know, it's only been a very small amount of time. It's been a little bit more than between the Roaring 20s and now that the Arboreans have been out and about in the world. Traveling from planets and learning new things and stuff and such. And in the grand scheme of things, if they have a lifespan of 60 to 100 years, and there's maybe been, like, 5 batches? Like, the first ones lived for, like, maybe 20 years? Still very new. Still very new in terms of generations. And, like, a new one is made at this point, like, every 30 years? Small generations. Long generations. Not very a lot, so, like, yeah. It also took, like, from first contact of the Mother Tree to humans, and then humans to the Alliance, it's been, like, it took the Mother Tree a while to figure out how Arboreans worked. Like, that was gene splicing and changing your physiology at a, like, incredible gene molecular level that took also a while. So, it hasn't been very long. So, like, a lot of stuff is still, like, kind of, like, being built through experience. And, like, hey, maybe this would be a good idea. Hey, maybe this would be a good idea. Maybe we should have Arboreans stay on the moon so it's easier to communicate. Oh, that's actually probably a really good idea. You know. Hey, Dandelion, I'm gonna need my mouse. Bigfoot moose. Hooray! We did it! We did the thing, and we're at 4 hours and 15 minutes, and I could keep talking about the Mother Tree and keep answering your guys' questions. But the things to take away from this is that things that have happened in the Phoenix have happened very rapidly in a very short span of time, historically. How fast does the Mother Tree think? How fast do you think a planet would think? Probably pretty slowly. Like, not, like, super slowly. Like, not, like, months, but, like, definitely slower than humans. And Arboreans. think it's definitely slower. Definitely slower than a human. Kind of like how people think like whales talk. They're like, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it is fast to process though. It is fast to process. It's like, oh, okay, these, it's all been kind of separate. It's all been kind of like dispersed. And then it's like slow to like integrate and then slower to act on because it's like growth. And like in order to like communicate a new thought, it has to like release spores. And they kind of have like, it might be able to grow them faster than plants can do it, which is like a few weeks. But like, it's still like they have to grow the spores and go, ah, there's my thought. You know? It's like, and here's a vision. Have fun. What do you make of that? And then, you know, comically, as, you know, some things like seem like to be common knowledge to like us, it's like, oh, it might just be easier to have an Arborean that can like psionically, like, through like touch and roots and stuff, can like be on the planet and talk to the mother tree like faster. That's actually a great idea. Then the druids basically going on like little like pilgrimages down to the planet and just like inhaling spores. And then having to then say a thing and then like wait a few hours and then inhale more spores. You know? It wasn't until a few iterations of Arboreans that they were like, actually, that's a great idea. It's a relatively new thing. And by new thing, I mean like in the last like 50 years. But yeah, if anyone has any more questions, I know exactly. Imagine if your Google query took you like a week to give you an answer. I know, right? It'd be wild. It would be wild. But also, like, until recently, until the last few hundred years, the Mother Tree had no concept of time as humans would have a concept of time, because it was just the planet growing, slowly growing, figuring itself out, and then it's just like seeing birds, seeing like, you know, and you had to get high twice to understand it. Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, they are, you know, and that's also why Arboreans themselves have diplomatic immunity and are protected, because they know everything that the Mother Tree knows, and it is faster to talk to an Arborean than to get high. Like, it's still impressive to have a cache of knowledge, but it's still impressive to have, like, a cache of knowledge, which that's the Mother Tree, and they're trying to figure out the best way to make that accessible. And they haven't figured it out, and Fishy's here, we just, god damn it! Oh, god. I'm never gonna end stream. Stream will never end. It's the stream that goes on and on, my friends. Oh boy. I do really gotta go though. It's like 8:30. I really gotta go. I really gotta go. My friend just texted me being like, where the fuck are you? Okay, hold on. No, I do genuinely have to go. I love you guys so much. Fishy, thank you guys. This is Bigfoot riding a moose. We also are starting drawing a really sexy tree from my comic universe, and then chat for the last hour and a half has been asking me lore questions, and I can't stop. I can't stop. Bardic Kitty, thank you so much for the raid. Fishy, I love you so much. Fuck. Fishy, thank you so much for the raid. Bardic Kitty, thank you so much for the follow. Everybody, I love you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry that I do have to go. I've been trying to end stream and then they keep asking me questions and I can't stop. But y'all are so good. I hope you had a really good time on doing Fishy's draws. No, you're good. You're good, Fishy. It's not your fault, it's my chat's fault. I blame Nico entirely. I blamed her Panduin entirely. This has been a super interesting conversation. If anyone has any more questions for me, throw them in the Phoenix channel in my Discord. I will do my best to answer them as thoroughly and as interestingly as I can, or write them down and ask me the next stream, because I will be back on Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. CT, doing something. I don't know what I'm doing. I forgot. I can't think about it right now, but I'm doing something. Also, if you like what I do and would like to support me, please support me on my Ko-fi. I currently have a Dun Mesh corkboard stream. If you like hearing me just talk about stuff like this stream, and you would like to hear me talk about my new obsession, Delicious in Dungeon, please support me on my Ko-fi. I have $150 goal to talk about Dungeon Meshi for an entire stream. So if you would like to hear that, please support me on my Ko-fi. Jiggly Butter, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to the brigade. Everybody that is in my chat, please go follow Fishy as Fishy. Fishy just started streaming again and just released their VTuber. It's super awesome. Please go check it out. Please go check it out. But yeah, I legitimately really actually have to go. I have to go pick up food and it's almost 9. I love you all very much. Everybody blame Nico. I'm gonna go raid another really cool person that does VTuber stuff, so you guys can meet another really cool VTuber. I will see you all on the flip side. See you all on Tuesday. Mwah. Everybody go raid Fishy. Fishy is awesome. Everybody go follow Fishy. Fishy is awesome. Fishy's so good. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope next time I get to raid you or you get to raid me and I don't have to immediately leave. Bye.